Okay, well, hello again, friends. Welcome back if you are watching. Thanks to all those that joined yesterday, and there were a couple of new subs. So, thanks very much for that. Welcome back to the Hot Start FBO. You'll find us back in this familiar place, and we're heading somewhere sunny, and a positioning trip to Cannes, where I think we may end up doing a visual approach with prescribed tracks just to try it out if it all goes a bit horribly wrong. I haven't practiced it, then that may turn into something else. But two sectors, I've decided what I'm going to do regarding US flights. I've got a nice livery and we're going to have a US based aeroplane. Maybe we'll try some Pilot Edge this week. So we'll keep current trusty steed in the UK and around Europe and flit between the two. I think that seems pretty reasonable. So everything looks like it's running. I haven't connected to VATSIM yet. Let me just check the VATSIM. Somebody is in a Phenom. They've already departed, so there's nobody else here today. I'll connect once we get outside. So, a bit of a longer trip today. Okay. Frame rates are a bit better, still not great.
Welcome to Hot Start Flight Support. How can we help you today?
Well, let's have a look. We want to be going in, probably be in about 50 minutes. We're going to have 3 crew Purser today, and I think I said we have 8 packs. So in SimBrief you put that down as 9 passengers. We're going to need some fuel. Use the GPU. Shouldn't need any de-ice or anti-ice. Ask for that if we need to. And there we go. Let's get.
Of course, Captain. I'll get that organized for you right away.
Thanks, Jenny. She's everywhere in the world. So, one thing I will do is that. I think everything else I've done. Come back to our trusty steed, badly parked at Ortho. Got told off for that. Now, as you can see, that looks like ice to me. And you can see it's worth checking. I know you guys can't see all of this, but you can display some of these settings here. You know what? It wasn't icy this morning outside in London. So I don't think that's accurate, but is that reducing? It's reducing ever so quickly, ever so slowly, so it is 70% ice. So we are going to need to de-ice. I will probably do that on stand, potentially before passengers see. But that's a good data ref to check, and it should be obvious why you're going to walk. But this will catch you out, especially when you don't think that there should be any ice. So we'll need a de-ice, but we won't need anti-ice. So apart from that, does the aeroplane look sound? Sound as a pound, as Austin Powers would say. So let's jump in. Get the door open. Quite sure what this effect is. I know it's to do enhanced skyscapes. Anyway, jump in the jet, which is probably quite cold. Light compartment checklist. So circuit breakers appear to be in. You can move around it and check these. You'll see the white collar. All these ones down here. Looks okay to the overhead switches. So let's get back and see. Set up correctly, I think. camera's just taken a twist. Higher anyway. Go a bit better. Relaxed. I can just the top of the glare shield of my G1000 covers this bit here, so I can't see any of it. So up on the overhead, all as we would expect. DC's in. Else off. Nose steering down here is off and is off on my hardware, and it is worth checking this. Landing gear lever is down, as is my hardware. Light spoiler is stowed, as is flap lever position. Well, the flaps were up outside and they're here. Down here, landing gear manual release stowed, as is the test light on. Box we can't do, safety equipment can't really. External check, well, it isn't complete. Would have had a cursory walk around. Shocks are in. Got some ice. So, the days. Let's pop the battery master on. So, let's sort these out first. They do appear to remember now, which seems to be fixed. Didn't see them. It's very difficult. I suppose it's easier in real life. As they connected, that came on. I'm pretty sure we turned that off last. Interesting hiccup. And now my screens appear to have disappeared. How odd. Apologies about that. I did look, but it is difficult to see. It's easier in reality now. Hopefully, if I set this up correctly, it remembered where the clock was. I think these had already popped out as a result of some testing I did with our American version. It should remember where those are, and all I have to do is make sure that every time I fly I have my additional screens on. That should be fine. Get rid of this slightly false issue that we have. Comes to spoiling the immersion. So, now we've got ground power. I didn't want a battery master on for too long. You've only got 5 minutes cooling limitations. So the battery master can come on. DC 22 minimum, we have 25. Clear the caution. FireX monitor, not going to do. Fire detector, not going to do. Get AC power on to start with. All of the load has dropped off. The SSs have taken all that over. Batteries are charging at 26. And we've got the essential and bus 1, bus 2 on C with 115 volts, 400 hertz GPU. So, clear all of those. Now I think it's fine. These, of course, we would do these before starting up the 8. So, 4 greens on the left and right, squibs 1 and 2. U green 1 and 2. Detect and warning.
Jet pipe overheat.
So 5 red, 3 red,
overheat.
3 green. And warning. 5 amber. So AC, DC, electrics we've checked. Nav lights, again, I am going to check this for this because I should have all put on before DC power. Cockpit lights, we'll test these as best we can. There's the lamp test. I'll check the other one. The lights. Turned up and set. And Another lamp test, duct monitor, test. Or red.
Bleed air duct.
5 red cautions. No. A green. B green. S database. Correct. Menu. Flight plan recall. I'm going to do it this way because I've done 2 sim brief flight plans. So. LEMH. Oh. Let's see if that works. And while we're doing that, okay, VATSIM. Everything's running on the stream. VATSIM Atlanta. Can't plan sim brief, but I can take the file. Barcelona is our alternate. And then we just load up 3 days. So that request is still pending. Take a while, couldn't it? So while we're waiting, anti-skid. Test. I've got to that point, and I've got to the point with the nose door, which is clear. So let's pop the nose pump on. Check that. Inboard brake pressure is okay. Parking brake set on. The nose door is closed, so we'll leave it at step. Yeah. What we'll do is we need 3 to 30 for our route for 179. So for 40, and then we just need the fueler to turn up. There he is. 790. So we can test. Open that moment.
Alright, Captain. Fuel truck is hooked up. Just let me know how much fuel you need. Or would you like to go tanks full today?
Well, we need 1440. We need to divide that by 0.4, which gives us 1770. So let's go 1800.
Alright, I'm gonna go start up the pump.
Just rounding up all the time. So he's going to start the pump up. Let's stand up panel. Easier to see. Let's open up our wings. Shut off works. And we're going to take 2 tons. So we're going to have almost full wing tanks. They take about 2 tons each. Certainly probably the highest amount of fuel we've had for a war. So let's go do the walk around, shall we? Like I said, we have got some ice. We can put these away. Stowage is in there for them, I believe. interesting, the chocks are a little bit different. Don't know if that's a random variable. Comes that pin. Is that shut? 27 frames, something again is killing me. And what I'm going to do along here, this is good, very clear decals. Get this out, make out the main kit chocks just to speed up the process a little bit. Great aeroplane. Somebody didn't paint that bit, that's hard to find. You see these little bits of the texture that are missing. Same with these. Not sure they'd all get painted. So we'd probably have the baggage hold open. That's not functional just yet. And again, there's the chock. Brake set. Leave one chock in. And we'll see if we have time. Shut the door and do the de-ice before everyone gets here. Rest is still pending. So frame rate's a bit better here. So not sure about the date format here, to be honest. 3. It may actually just pick it up off the fin number, knowing roughly. And it was 1200. I'm not, like I say, I'm not sure about that.
Refueling is complete, Captain. Do you need anything else?
So we needed 3230, we got 3200. And that's still increasing.
Okay, just one quick signature on here, and I'll be on my way. Here's
So
a copy for your
2182, we
records.
think
Have
we're
a
going
nice
to need
day.
triple taxi of 2. It's a fair old whack. Although I think the fuel is actually surprisingly a bit cheaper in the UK than in the States. So $2 grand for 1800 litres. Oh, Heathrow approach was on, as was centre. Not, never mind. No one to talk to. So fuel's done. I am going to do on nav2, seen as there. So I was going to have Heathrow's ATIS. Check and see what they're doing in a minute anyway. 136925. So what are we going to do for the spray de-ice? I think we can do it on stand. Or I'll tell you what, actually, we'll taxi forward and do some spray de-ice on the taxiway line. That way there's a bit more clearance. I'd prefer to do it on stand, save a bit of fuel, but we've got ample, so it's not the end of the world. And we've also got ample time as well. guess that's not going to work. Try that. Otherwise it comes through relatively quickly. It does. But it's the wrong one. So we could leave that as the second flight plan. But in reality, with our alternate being Barcelona, it makes sense to have that. So oh no, because you've got the alternate there. Let's leave that as second. And we'll have to do it all manually. I mean, it's mostly direct, so it's not the end of it. I'm sure at some point I'll actually learn how to do that properly. So going to go to start with up at November 859 SOPIL. SimBrief was initially giving some really weird step climbs which kept causing us to fail, but I had a look at the route availability document and got it all working. That's irritated that that bounces. So SOPIL, BALAN, EVPOK. NARAK. This is a Neo. LOMRA. Okay, this avoids some restricted areas. See how much slower it is typing it. 727. Of course, popping in the airways saves a huge amount of time. SARGO, and then in. So total distance, does that total distance? Because we've got some discontinuity. It is. So no distance on that. Interesting. Heathrow ATIS. I'm just going to cheat and have a look. So they're using 2.7s. So 2.5, Compton Yankee. Check the legs. And we're going to plan for the SARGO 4 Foxtrot. And then runway 19. Now I think the Yankee rather than Zulu. ILS or localize the Yankee one. Are we going via Donav? Yeah, I suppose we are, because the star will get us there, even though we're going past it as a DME arc. So, that distance. Weird. Oh, there it is. 799. So the reason I wanted a distance is just to make the gross error check. 2-hour flight, we're doing about 400 knots, so that sounds roughly correct. And I've got a ground distance of 813 and air distance of 787. So that's gross error check, and is what we would expect. Thanks for the thumbs up, whoever sent it. Not chat the whole time. Sorry, lol Lewis. Can't read the Russian letters. You'll have to use Google Translate or something. So that's at least got our flight plan in. Hint. I've spoken about our initial departure plan. Creatus 18070. I suppose I can put that to a 071228. No one's talking anyway. I think audio on the VATSIM. So that one. No. Hopefully. No, unfortunately, I do not speak Russian. So 252 initially for departure. I think that nav aids and everything. The initial climb is 1000. The scroll speed is better. QNH 1002. No, that's not right necessarily for Northrop, but it's usually with do. Heathrow may operate off a much wider area. 20 is the elevation. Close enough. So 3240 on the fuel. By the looks of things, it's settled down. So get up here to the panel. 0. Off. 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 Happy days.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
Nav checked.
Nav lights, logo light.
Logo lights not required. Nav lights on.
Cockpit lights.
As required.
Lamp test.
Checked.
Duct monitor.
Checked.
FMS database status.
Checked.
FMS flight plan uplink. ATIS.
Do. But do what we can. Get those.
Anti-skid.
Anti-skid.
Nose door.
Checked.
Hydraulic 3A pump.
Is on.
Brake pressure.
Checked.
Parking brake.
Set.
Nose door.
Closed.
Hydraulic panel and pumps.
So, quantities all reasonable. Check 3A pump pressure. That, then that. 3A goes off. B comes right. Yes. These guys to on. Hydraulic 1 and 2 options out. Okay, there were no cautions and it should dropped.
Electric panel.
Gen 1 and 2 off.
AC DC utility switch.
On.
Start ignition panel.
Checked.
Fuel panel.
3. White, white. Off. Days on. Days on. Goes on. Goes off. They do. That's okay. Like I said, I'm not checking the chat very often. We are going to Menorca, and it is no company plane. It's just a private aeroplane using a personal call sign.
APU LCV.
So these would be on if we use the 8. Off, out.
10th stage isolation valve.
Same.
Packs.
Off.
Air conditioning panel.
Air conditioning, normal ram airs out. Temperatures as required. That's set to the cabin.
Pressurization panel.
So ECAS delta P is 0. It's 11 degrees in the cabin and it's 400. I find a little odd. Should be the same. Unless it does it off standard pressure, in which case. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So, man out in the middle, and man rate, way round to the left. Push in, manual comes on and is enunciated. CAS, switch it off, fault light comes on, goes off, as does the manual. Emergency out, landing field elevation. Doesn't say it on this one. So the Ryanair flight plan does IDO format. So I'll have to look at the chart, and the aerodrome elevation is 300 feet. So if we zoom in, see that field elevation is a 500, 300 about there, and it's going to be about 3025. What are they in? 2468. So roughly there. 8 knob aligned. Pip.
Bleed air panel.
So we will check that before we depart, but white.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel switch.
Down here you can see they're off and out.
Cal anti-ice switches.
So Cal, they go in. No caution. Out.
Anti-ice panel.
So wing switch off. Left and right heats off. Cal out. Then these go to high. Test. Green. Ice detect. Ice caution. And wing. Wing overheat. One red, one green.
Wing overheat.
We have.
Wing overheat.
Emergency lights.
So at the moment they are shown as emergency off. On. White caution on. Set arm. No caution.
Passenger signs.
We've finished fueling. We can put those on.
ELT.
Armed.
Glare shield panel.
Set initially, I think. Clear that caution.
Crew and passenger oxygen.
So, crew we would check and test here. Actually, you remember we said, was it a hard landing last time? Check that here. 567, I think that would be check, but it's also accepted be normal. Might be a data readout. Yeah, so that wasn't great last night. And then we can check the oxygen. The other side, more importantly, 1840 ECAS.
DCU warning panel.
That is, yeah. They're both out.
CVR.
So 5 seconds. Light on.
Audio panels.
That's as you wish to have them set.
SPS system.
So, pusher switches, both set on. Stab trim 1 and 0 EVs. It's full nose down. So, flight controls I can see. SPS test. Will fail. Ignition. Stick shakers. Yeah. I do that stops the stick shaker. Do that independently. Pull down. Pull forward, stop. Yes. Can't do the G switch, can I? No. Can't combine those. All of those clear. So difficult to do, of course, in reality. Free.
Integrated standby instrument.
So set, checked,
Clock.
flight times reset,
EFIS ICAS.
checked,
Main landing gear bay overheat.
just down here.
User bay overheat.
Audio 1 red,
User bay overheat.
check the fail as well, checked.
TOS warning switches.
Out, test,
Glide slope. Pull up. Wind shear, wind shear, wind shear. Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
Pitch and roll disconnects.
so they are down there and they're both in.
Ground spoilers.
So
Thrust reversers.
on. Caution, 2 greens.
Thrust levers.
Okay, so 1, checked, 2, checked.
Engine speed switches.
We are both on.
Engine vibration check.
So on goes to 3, caution, 0.5 and stops.
Oral warning. Smoke detector.
Detector, I think it's this one.
Smoke.
Audio 2 reds.
Smoke.
Trims. Mach trim.
So we do 1, 2, check both. Stab trim disconnect. Stab trim Mac trim. One in op. Three. Stab trim gone. The other's gone. No Mac trim. Set trim departure. heavy today, so we'll try 5 point.
Yacht Ampers.
On, no caution.
Reversionary inhibit switches.
They are normal, and those are all out.
IRS.
Go to the IRS page, shall we? IRS status. Drifting, but they are aligned, and you can check that we are roughly in the right place. If I look on the chart, 5133.2, close enough, isn't it? And then at west 25.2, so close enough. That's the aerodrome reference point. So we are a little bit further away from that. You could check the stands. I don't think they are surveyed, these stands, apart from the lines. So it's an order of magnitude type thing.
CPDLC.
On do.
TCAS.
CAS, we go to June ATC, test.
TCAS system test OK.
ATIS and clearance.
So let's pop those down. We know that we're not going to get clearance, but what we can at least do, the data link weather, I'm going to do terminal weather for oh, going to get terminal weather for our destination. Even if we don't use it now, it saves typing it in later, and we're going to Barcelona. Well, we know it's 27 at Heathrow. So 11:20 Zulu. 190 at 15. NK visibility. Broken at 1600 feet, so we'll need anti-ice just after departure. 300.
Hello, Captain. It's Jenny from Hot Start Flight Support. Your passengers have arrived. Shall I have them brought to the plane? Understood. Just call me when you're ready to receive them. Anything else?
No thanks.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
So let's not forget them. Tempo broken. 2004. All are fine for departure and for an immediate return if we need it. And what we can do is request the ATIS from Heathrow just to check. One. You can see it's Golf 1120 automatic, and it's a little bit different there. Pretty similar, and 1 HPA out. But a little bit interesting is consistently out. It could just be the VATSIM anyway. So, ATIS clearance we can't do. I'm just looking at centre line, just Heathrow Tower. Where were we in the checklist?
FMS flight plan. Wind update. Perf.
So it's perf time. It is 89.4, 89 set. We're not going to do any flex because I still haven't got a distance calculator, so you can play around with it, and it would be beneficial on this departure to minimise thrust usage for engine wear and for climb performance, but distance is a key and I don't want to run at the end of the runway. So our cruise altitude today is 370. Our alternate cruise out, I'm pretty sure it's going to be it's 320. Our estimated zero fuel weight today 57, should have went up. Of course you get that from the sheet. We will sort that out in a moment. Sorted themselves out. So the average ISA is -5. The average is, oh yeah, because I don't get top climb on this, 28628. But nothing for anything else. So our reserves are going to be 405. We have got 15 minutes extra, so 500. Interesting. So you've got 0 fuel on arrival. Bit of a worry. 3240. So still no good. Let's see if we can get, I've put the times in. Flight plan with date. IRS is all in nav, which is good. Get rid of that. While I'm waiting, I'll just get the MCP set up. A bit better, but it's still a bit inconsistent. I think that's a hardware issue. At some point we're going to have to get the APU started and get our punters on board. So, our fuel simply comes on, ET10. Push start timer. Okay, well, if we have to divert en route, we will. I can't quite see. Kilos per hour, 1033. Got the same estimated takeoff weight. We've got 3. Should have loads of fuel. Maybe the leg at wind running. Anyway. Check that as we go. VNAV setup. No, we're not. 100. 78. 6000. That's correct. Execute. Next. 370. It's actually back 82. And then the descent is 0.7800. And on arrival, transition level, so it's 6,000 on the altitude. Current QNH 1024 gives us 70. be an message. So we've had 2 minutes. Gen on, cleared. As are the packs. So we can disconnect. Passengers out to the aeroplane.
Hot start flight support, Jenny speaking. How can we help? Understood. They'll be there in a couple of minutes. Anything else? Always a pleasure. Take care.
So we've done our weights, other winds, and that is giving it. I think that's just got worse. Well, I've got the full flight plan. We'll see how we get on. Our wind today 1.5. Got that. That from yesterday. That's because I've already put it in. 1001 682. It is dry. APR is armed. Can't do the CG trim. Ample runway. We will take a backtrack though, just in case. Both thrust reversers. That will obviously affect. Once those have been sent. Climb gradient is for airspace, not obstacles. 6.1 above the maximum takeoff weight. 16.5. And legs wise 700. Yeah. Need restrictions. And what I'm not actually going to do is do any of them because bothered. To come back, we'll come back. The ILS for 2.5 is 1085, so tune that just in case. And where are we going? We're actually using direct and Chiltern. That's tuned anyway. Enton for Compton, so we can swap that over. I appear to have lost. Oh. So do two 777 335. I said I wasn't going to do this, but here I am doing it.
Hello, Captain. Hope you are doing well today.
Great, thanks.
Great. There's nobody else coming along today, so as far as we're concerned, we're all good to go.
So ADF 1 and 2 displayed. And we can switch that back to VOR 1, which is ready. Tuned and ready. So, they're all here. Some fuel worries to worry about.
Takeoff data, avionics and charts, flight instruments.
I don't know why that changes. There we go. So, Toga M1TO. Flashes. We are level. set for departure 250 is heading for departure. There we go. Had a logical check. So FMS1 for our nav is straight ahead 700 direct shorter. I think I'll hand fly that just because of how that route is looking. So we can have on VNav. Still no one to clear us. Oh, 11972. Yes, there is.
NH1002. Acknowledge receipt of information, Golf. And report aircraft type and current QNH on first contact with Heathrow.
Heading 2464, turn left, heading 240 degrees.
Left 40 degrees.
So we'll sort that out in a moment. This is going to delay us, of course, which is less than ideal. I'm going to shut the door in a moment. Nothing else to do. V speed set, V112, 123, and then safety speed 148 plus 5, 153 for flap. Minimum. Bug set 200, LNAVs are VNav, get clearance, VSI is 0, N1 set, MP days 89.4.
Departure briefing.
I think we've pretty much discussed it, haven't we?
Emergency procedures, pins, covers, chocks, cabin lights, water heaters, master seat. Flight compartment checklist complete. Engine start checklist next.
Okay. So, let's grab our clearance, shut the door.
Descent, flight level 100. Disperses 7000, sir. Speed 2 kilo descent, flight level 100. 100 it is then.
Heathrow Director, good morning. Prefect at 99.
Bye. Hearings 2464, descent to altitude 3000 feet, further descent on the glide path.
Descent is 500 feet on the path. Speed hearings 2464.
On ship 4111, turn right heading 180 degrees, speed 180 knots.
Repeat.
Speed 180 knots, turn right heading 180 degrees. Turn right heading 180. Speed 2 kilo descent, flight level 90. Further Victor. Speedbird 349 descent, flight level 80.
Descending 80, Speedbird 349.
Speedbird 349, turn right heading 130 degrees.
Right heading 130, Speedbird 349.
Hearings 1 Alpha Tango, leave Lambourne heading 270 degrees.
After Lambourne heading 270, hearings 1 Alpha Tango.
Hearings 2464, speed 160 knots. Actually, hearings 2464, when established, speed 160 knots to 4 DME.
When established, speed 160 knots.
What's going on with these?
Hearings 2464.
2464 descent to altitude 1000, correction, descent altitude 2500 feet, then further descent with the ILS.
Descent 2000 ILS, hearings 2464.
Tango, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220, 1 Alpha Tango.
Speed 349, speed 220 knots.
Speed 349 on 220.
Can you confirm maintain speed 220 knots, please?
Maintaining 220, speed 349.
Longship 4111, turn right, heading 240 degrees will establish the localizer, runway 27 left, descend on the glide path.
Copy, reported and established. Having a problem, my plane just established 27 right, I'll go manual.
Okay, you establishing manually 27 left then. You crowd visual approach. Speed 2 kilo, flying 130 degrees.
130 degrees.
Visual Alpha Tango, turn left heading 260 degrees.
260 degrees, 1 Alpha Tango.
And Longship 4111 is heading 240 degrees to establish, please.
Right, heading 240 degrees to establish.
Goings 2464, tower 118.5.
118.5, Eric's 2464, thank you.
Speed 349, 24 track miles, runway 27 left, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1002.
Descending 4,000, QNH 1002, speed 349.
Prefect 99, currently too busy for you, you can depart at your own discretion. The Norfolk winds 190 degrees, 15 knots.
Roger, thanks. I'll call you Able.
Goings 1 Alpha Tango, descend, flight level 80.
Descend level 8.
Excellent. Right, that saves a little bit of faff. So, good to start then. We will de-ice.
Engine start checklist. Doors. Closed. Parking brake and pressure. Checked and set. Fuel quantity and balance.
Just sort that out.
Beacon. On. Fuel boost pumps.
And actually, we would that on as well.
On. Ignition.
As we drive it today.
Engine 2 start.
So, chocks out please. Should have done that first in fairness. So, good start number 2. So, N2 rising, oil pressure rising. 20% N2, NTT less than 120, N1 turning, fuel on. Fuel flow increasing. ITT increases. Oil pressure increases. 5% it should go off.
Fuel system.
Does. So, pump caution. Left caution.
Engine 1 start.
So, start 1. Start on, oil pressure's rising, as is the end. Said less than 120, M1's turning on. Flow increases, ITT increases, and oil pressure is green.
Engine start checklist complete. After start checklist, next. After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2. On, checked AC and DC. Ignition.
Checked. Load, EC, green. Next, because I can't hear him. Ignition.
Disarmed. Packs. On. 14th stage. Open. Cowl anti-ice. On. Check 45 seconds. Flight controls.
So full forward, left, left, full right, full left rudder, full right rudder.
Ground spoilers.
So ground spoilers, they are here. They're in tow. We can go disarm, nothing, and go arm, and they deploy. Go back to auto, stow. I suppose I can pop those onto a 3-position switch. That might be a good idea.
Flight spoilers.
So full, all deployed, half, light to half ground full, stowed, stowed.
Cowl anti-ice.
5 seconds, advisory on.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice. Fuel balance.
Checked.
Trims.
Set.
No steer. Armed. APR.
We are in here, test 1. Green. Test 2. Green.
ADG unit.
It is down on 1,000, 2,000 knots.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice.
For 2 minutes to see that. Good.
Cowl anti-ice. Off. Wing anti-ice. Norm. 14th stage isolation valve. Wing anti-ice.
So, left heat, wing anti-ice on, checked. N2 is amber.
Checked. Off. ATS. N1 TO. ATC TCAS. After start checklist complete. Taxi checklist next.
Okay, so no radars on, still got fuel caution. Clear to the left, clear to the right.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Not required, let's just double check they're off.
Brakes and steering.
So we are going to be off blocks. Doing the fuel here. We started off with 240, yep. It's going to be 1210 with 3120. Going to de-ice. So we've checked clear. Check with the ground crew. So full and free steering. Brakes work. Come forward. Go up.
Reverse thrust.
Do that once for a straight line. I think my taxi is getting a bit better. So left, green, right, green, fuel imbalance because we ran around a turn there.
If taxiing the de-ice, pause checklist here until a paper de-ice checklist is complete.
So brake set, let's check. And we still have ice on the wings, so let's get rid of that. We are on our de-ice frequency, the mic is set. Just did a transmit, so should get some de-icing. De-ice none. Oh, okay, right, well, I'll do it this way. I was under the impression that if you tune for de-ice 136.925 and you transmit, no, I'm an idiot, aren't I? You've got to do it that
Go
way.
ahead, Cockpit.
There we go. De-ice only, please. Yes.
Roger.
Oh no. Taxi lights, logo lights off. Packs off. 10th
Ground
stage.
to cockpit. Starting de-icing using SAE Type 1 fluid on your wings and tail.
Off, off, off. And lead air. Well, it is closed. The stage needs to come off as well. It's fine, that's fine. Laps up. Spray, fine. So it just doesn't work off my actual PTT. And if we look on here, you can see that left wing is cleared, and then it'll clear the right wing as well. Sorry, you guys can't see that, but trust me, it is worth having that as a double check. The frame rate is still tanking as we speak. Right, we're still the only ones here. Heathrow are clearly busy. Booker. What's with these aeroplanes slewing all over the space? Is that about? So I hope you're happy with thoughts regarding check fuel at destination. I don't know why it's wrong. See any discontinuities? Should we put the speeds and everything in? So we're going to do 20 seconds, 60% N1, 2 minutes before stage. Next. APU isn't shut down, so we don't have anything with that. Because it's closed anyway. Be on otherwise. Bit tedious, but better than being dead. You can see why I want this beforehand. Obviously, we're sat here burning 100 kilos per hour. So without the APU fuel burn even. Wing yet. It only has the wing ice, it doesn't have tail anti-ice. I don't know if the tail gets ice. Somebody was definitely saying something about that. Got frequencies tuned. fuel. Interesting, we've got the same N1, but faster. That might be the direction, I guess.
Ground to cockpit. De-icing is complete. Surfaces are clean.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So we can set the timer and pop taxi lights back on. Goes 60% N1. Double check he's anywhere. 60% N1, yeah. Then we'll stop that at seconds. 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we may please have your attention. Your flight crew would like to welcome you aboard this Challenger 650 for your flight today. We would like to take a moment to review the safety features of this Challenger 650 aircraft.
Back on.
Passengers to observe the lighted
Gallantry is not required. And we'll pop the packs on after 2 minutes.
at all times.
Flaps. 20.
During takeoff,
Altimeters.
seatbelts must be secured, worn low and tight across your hips.
Well, I mean, they should be pretty
If
much the
seats
same.
are equipped with a shoulder harness, it must also be secured.
What are we at Ortho? 6. I think the pressure has just dropped, so we'll set that.
Or any time the no smoking sign
Set
is
and cross check.
illuminated.
Radar weather.
Smoking of cigars and pipes
On.
is not allowed
Takeoff
at
briefing.
any time.
Briefed.
Smoking is prohibited
Taxi
in
checklist complete.
lavatories at all
Before
times.
takeoff checklist next.
Tampering with, destroying, or disabling
Space
the
7
smoke
Romeo Papa
detector in
2000
lavatories
runway
is
27
prohibited
left,
by
descent
federal law.
altitude 4,000 feet, QNH
In the event of
1001.
an emergency, there are 2 emergency exits on board this aircraft. One overwing emergency exit on the right-hand side of the cabin.
So
and
he'll give
the
us
main
1001
passenger
anyways.
door located at the forward left-hand side of the
Space 7
cabin.
Romeo Papa descent to altitude
Open
4,000
the
feet,
overwing
QNH
emergency exit door,
1001.
pull the handle, and then pull the door inward into the cabin. To open the main passenger door, raise the red handle and push the door outward. In the event of an emergency, emergency lighting will illuminate and floor path lighting will direct you to the exits. The exit locations are indicated by illuminated red signs. In the unlikely event that there is a loss of cabin pressurization, oxygen masks will automatically deploy from the dispensing units above your head. Grasp the mask and pull down firmly. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Although the bag may not inflate,
That was a very gentle tap on the brakes when we
Space 7 Romeo
stopped.
Papa turn left, make 300 degrees of established, follow class at 27 left,
put
descend
your
on the
own
glide path.
mask on before assisting children or persons in need of assistance. Please note that smoking is not allowed when oxygen is in use.
Yeah, we're gonna go 3 knots, Space 7 Romeo Papa turn left, make 40 degrees of established, follow class at runway 27 left, descend on the glide
Please
path.
consult the passenger briefing cards for the location and operation of the fire extinguishers. We invite you to
Before
review the
takeoff
passenger
checklist.
briefing cards
Passenger
for
signs.
runway 27 left.
Advised on.
Regarding this aircraft.
Anti-collision light. On.
All
Pros.
personal carry-on items should be secured
On.
for takeoff
Windshield
and
heat.
landing.
On.
Seat
Wing and
belts
cowl
must be worn
anti-ice.
during taxi,
Okay,
takeoff,
not required.
and
Off.
any time
Continuous
when the
ignition.
seatbelt sign is illuminated.
On.
To fasten the
ATC
seatbelt,
TCAS.
place the flat metal plate into the buckle. If
TARA.
equipped with a shoulder
Supplemental
harness,
ground wing anti-ice
secure
fan.
the tab to the buckle.
Checked.
To tighten,
CAS.
pull the tab.
Takeoff config
And
okay.
to remove,
Checked.
lift the
Landing
buckle up.
pulse recog lights.
During taxi,
On.
takeoff,
Before
and
takeoff
landing,
checklist complete.
seats must
After
be placed
takeoff
in their
checklist
takeoff
next.
and landing position, with seat backs in an upright position. Aft-facing seats must have their headrests fully extended, and if equipped, their headrests filler cushions must be in place.
So there's no traffic. Backtrack, and in reality, wait for release
takeoff and landing.
Heathrow.
The use
Those
of
we can just
portable
crack on
electronic
anyway.
devices is not permitted during taxi, takeoff and landing. Once the aircraft takes off, the crew will inform you when and which types of portable electronic devices are permitted to be used. Now that we've gone over the safety instructions, please sit back and enjoy your flight. If there are any questions, please do not hesitate to ask your flight crew.
See, it is quite uphill. So it's going to be about 12:23. Departure. Already a bit late, might as well not rush. Go 250 070.
07 Romeo Papa, contact Evo Tower 18.5.
Okay, brakes off. Go. ATS. Speeds alive. Rudder input needed. U1. Rotate. Onto the flight director, positive ring, gear up. Shame he doesn't call that out. See it's bouncing around. So there's 400 safe speed. 700. Start the turn. To the NDB. Heathrow Director, Prefect 99, Airborne Contact, Crossing 1009.
Prefect 99, Roger, score 4243.
4243. So I'm actually going to keep going around the ADF. Squawk in a moment. Go, so what I really want is that. We'll go heading, the on. No.
Confirm squawk 4243.
Sorry, just a little bit busy. 42.
Prefect 99, climb flight level 80.
Flight level 80, Prefect 99. So that wasn't ideal. Giving us 80 to climb. That's going to be vertical speed with no V, so vertical up, off. Let's get 1,000 foot to start with. Flight level 80 set. Vertical speed, LNAV, side. Happy days. Look at that for a view. It's too busy flying, but that is pretty darn good if you want to be. To keep these frames, I'd be happy. It's given us 80, let's get accelerating. Two and a half, probably comfortable. And that's a direct climb, so we can ignore any of the other restrictions. can switch ADF. That's where we're going. So to be that, and switch it to Compton.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps. 0. Thrust reversers. Off. Ignition. Off. Pressurization. Checked. Pax transition. Completed. N1. Climb set. APU generator. Off. APU. Shut down. Passenger signs. CAS.
Checked.
After takeoff checklist complete.
Pretty good view. Just really want 30 frames per second at worst. So there's Hempton, direct to Compton. That's Princess Risborough to the left.
Prefect 99 comes out to control 134.125 away.
Under 134.125, great job. See you again soon, Prefect 99. Under good afternoon, Prefect 99. Compton 4 Yankee, flight level 80.
Prefect 99 London, hello. Identified claim now, flight level 210.
Flight level 210, Prefect 99. This way. Get vertical speed up. (210)
230, contact Gatwick directive. Frequencies 126.25.
Gatwick 126.85.
Could do that with flight level change.
2624, no further ATC, further claim registration and continue to come line. Under control, hello, Jet T56 now. 256 Hotel, London, hello. You can climb now, altitude 5,000 feet. Is it possible we get further climbs around this urban space? I'll work on it, just 5,000 just now.
Lights off, cabins checked. Look at all the excess power we've got. Nobody sat in the sideways seats with flight level change on 100. Could at least put the packs about that.
Julia Romeo for the ATC, continue to keep it calm line.
FLC 300.
Dodger 256 Hotel, climb now, flight level 70.
And I think. Where's the old turb button?
Is that 170 or 710?
There it is. I don't have anything for that. Pop that on. That smooths it out a bit.
Text me Charlie, London, you with me? TS 78, no further ATC prepared for the climate inspection and continue to cover line. FU correct, Goodwood.
Code nav direct Goodwood, prefect 99.
Go on London before that, you call 6 please. 392 Romeo London Control, hello, identified climb now, flight level 230.
Right, let's actually go half bank. It's just
Charlie with you. It's 256 Hotel, climb
Oh,
now,
guess
flight
I can't.
level
Weird.
190.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Okay, 256 Hotel, climb flight level 190. Final line is there, Jet T-16. G'day, be there, same one, Charlie with you. X-Wing Charlie, London, hello, that's 1 Golf, 26 left, descent, flight level 100. And 1 Golf, Bravo, descent, flight level 100, be there, same one, Charlie.
Prefect 99, request further climb.
Prefect 99, there's no further ATC, I'm afraid, for the climb discretion, and continue to economic development.
Climb and over to Unicom, thanks for the service, prefect 99. Bye-bye. So we'll go final cruise 70. And for this, going to TS, flight level change 300. Imagine.
Alpine 41 Uniform Alpha, Squawk 0353. Squawk 0353, Alpine 4. KLM 614, Eastern Continental, descent 7000 Judge.
Not sure why the airplane didn't like that. Direct Goodwood. But you can see that's also flight level change manual. It's, yeah, it works. Another key for ATS. So we missed out Vapid, missed out Compton. Through this, we'll get the ice obstacle. It's back. Oh, I can't bother listening to that. So that's Goodwood. 475. Still got to check fuel at destination, so I'm going to hit scratching and sub. So what other navigators can we choose? Deauville. I think we'll go there. I didn't know there was such a thing. There. That's 1-1. That's 2. That's 7-8. Climb. Still got turbine, and you can see the airplane bouncing around a little bit less. It isn't really turbulence, I don't think. Is it wind? Yeah, it's just no. So I can change over to 78, 300, 78. That's what I've told VNAV. Doing. Will it do it? It's done so manually. Nice view. The frame rate's at 30 frames a second. There we are, overhead Goodwood. Fly by England. Just there. Just the Canton Airfield. See the VOR needle swing. So we are overhead Goodwood at 3.8. And we have got 2.620. Do the fuel calcs and everything in a minute. I thought we were half bank by now. See, 70 knot wind, we've got significant drift, it's almost crosswind. And even with the lowest, well, I don't suppose this is the lowest preset, but it's the high performance preset. Apart from the noise, which could just be a grainy photograph, it's pretty good if you ask me. Right, are we on track? So pretty much. And we're cruising at 8.2. I may have planned a very cruise, 7.8 climb, 8.2 cruise. So brief is really that far out. Bye Moose. Hey buddy, thanks for joining. Doha from SFO, that is a long trip. That can't be the Challenger 650 sure. Of the range. Half bank. Display just seems a bit twitchy, but frame rate's fine. 1,000 to go. Still a decent climb rate. Quite sure why we're stopping early. Might be airspace limitation more than anything else. So what I'm going to do is set vertical speed. Use that down to 1,000. Keep the climb thrust on. Should gradually, see there, increase our speed while still maintaining a decent rate of climb. And that's just to smooth that transition, make sure we don't slow down. Now I'm reliably informed we can decimate 5 as a cruise, but you see that looks like red line. Like I say, my knowledge of this aeroplane is still relatively rudimentary, despite the amount of reading I've been doing. There we go. Select captured. Go. Aeroplane's accelerating to 22. And we are off to sunny Menorca. So, still on the airway. Sitet is ahead of us. $14 hours, 45 minutes. I hope you were doing your OFP and filling in your fuel over every waypoint. But more importantly, which aeroplane is it? And which sim? It may not even be an X-plane. Interesting cloud layer out of nowhere, and there you go. We're on cruise, on height. Got an hour and 30 until our destination. Yes, so it's an afterthought auto-throttle. It's an ATS system. It's a bit dumb. So it isn't synced with anything like speed constraints. I don't think it can update those. I think it's have to do it itself. But it's almost like a bolt-on. So yes, it does have an auto-throttle system which takes a lot of the workload off. But it isn't as integrated as anything else. But it's still a pretty fantastic aeroplane. And I think what is more impressive is what Start to do. You know, custom everything. So I'll fill Sitet in. Which I think is the FIR boundary. Let me just look on the option chart. Yes, it is. There's no LFFFFFF. And it says 12:45. I should probably have the altitudes on the weights. Traffic out to our left. Let's see it. About 25 miles. Let's see it. So Sitet at 4.5 with 247, so actually we're bang on the fuel, to be honest, even though we did all that mucking about on the ground. The early climb helped. And the only issue I have is fuels are to the nearest 100, which is not ideal, but close enough, isn't it? Ah, good old flight factor. Well, I don't have much in the way of pay where X-Plane works well for you. Oh, hello. I have no idea what just happened there. That is double hit control. That's something to do with the things I have. What are they called? I'm just going to shut up and forget. Ended up losing a load of speed there. So you see it is maintaining speed. So it can do speed, but that's commanded speed, it's not VNAV running. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, hot start of winners when it comes to tail immersion. Everything else is a price as well, but I think they deserve every cent of what they've done with this aeroplane. So Citet, Deauville, and I'll put into 7. F1. .71, and it will ident. It's obviously waiting for the switches, I think, sent every 10 seconds, which it then decodes, because otherwise it would pick that up from the database. So tune and identify. And I've got DME. Deauville doesn't have DME. Don't know. So nil ATC for France. This is just me talking you through the OFP that I'm scribbling all over. So 3240 was when we started. And I write that at the top of every page. And we took off with 3120. So it burned 20, but that delay was de-icing, and for 1.1 anyway. Citet. So as you can see here, just LFRG, can I see that on the map? That is Deauville, I believe. And there's about an 8,000 foot runway there, so perhaps on the way back up from bed, after we've done some mucking about down there, check it out. So we are burning 1 ton per hour of fuel flow. Got an hour and 24 minutes. Which is, well, it's going to be 0.4. So 1.4, it's going to leave us with a ton on arrival. Does that not give us enough thrill? Interestingly not. Minimum takeoff was 2887, well above that. The extra 239 kilos, so unless the wind improves en route. Our final reserve is 405, 496 to get to Barcelona. Maybe it's the flight plan route that's the problem. That's interesting. Change over, did it? Oh, like an idiot. I should have checked that. So Stupid me. It was 7:50. That's more like it. Our actual time of departure, 12:23. I've got that written down. Oh look, that needle swinging. That was good. I've never seen it do that. I don't know if it actually does. So 52 and 260 for a cruise. Can do. I do this because the flights are not moving. It's up. That's a bit strange. Shut the curtain, I think, for warmth and not that it appears to do much. It's champagne lunch in the back. And if you were flying with Air France, they used to give their crews a glass of wine at dinner a few years ago. So, VOR 372. Nav 1 can be 158. Or 1. Get those tuned. Ready? Not that we're using them, but might as well. So, don't have to worry about the fuels. It'll sort itself out. So 14:13, I think it's going to be. 10 minutes late, 9 minutes late. Not bad considering we had to faff about with the Ds. And we haven't made up, we were 8 minutes, so we're 1 minute after that. The end of the world. So let's have a look at VATSIM ATC coverage. Nothing. We'll end up having a quick turnaround, relatively quick, as needs be, to Japan, which is a relatively short flight, and should be an interesting approach. So let's have a look through hours of what we're doing. So SARGO, there's SARGO above 110, yes, 250 below 10, fine, 15 DME, ARC, Donav, which gets us 3 10 DME to nose. Missed his left turn back to the V1. And hold. It probably doesn't hurt to leave turbulence mode on. This plane bounces around. That's SORAP at 5.8 with 2260, so the fuel's correct. Don't forget that burn takes into account we still have an extra 240 kilos, which is 15 on arrival. I like to have 30 minimum as the final reserve, and then if not VATSIM, another 15 minutes just in case it gets a little bit chaotic. Expect the unexpected. So apart from the DME ARC, it's a relatively simple arrival. OR as well, add 3 4 on tube page to both. Just the angle. I think the tube page is obviously really handy in balancing because you can just pop all those in a little bit more pain. Got said keypad. Of the French countryside. It's nice. It's gradually coming round. Or 80 over the round isn't bad. So, Menorca 17. Good. And not a lot more to say, really. This let's see how this looks. So, Geo on, airspace off. Nearest airport. What's the difference? Nearest. Interestingly, there's not much of a difference. Well, Vanad clearly isn't 1302. Got one with that. 03, we're overhead with 270, which is about sensible fuel consumption. Today, no, but I can't work it out. A1. So if we're burning a ton that's going to give us 5, 6, 7 litres. And I think it's about 65 pence a litre in the UK at the moment. Comes out 963 pounds an hour with VAT. Assuming it's 20% if it's your own private aeroplane, otherwise none if you're a company. So £900 an hour in fuel is just not bad if you can stick your mates in the back. Oh, 1, 2, 2, 5. Even hear that. Three, 5. Get it right, shall we? 2, 5. Euro control, good afternoon. Prefect 99 at flight level 370. Overhead and was.
Perfect 99, good days, you what's your identified? Proceed waypoint F.
Direct EVPOK, Prefect 99.
Euro control west, get off stage 240, requesting 5% wide on landing line 397 on track 7. Waypoint 2. Evo M2 Euro control, your identified circuit 0 flight level 390. Continue 390 as full speed. Good morning. Good afternoon, even Euro control. This is Easy 62 Charlie Bravo. Charlie Bravo with you at 34,000.
There's millions of them.
XE62 Charlie Bravo. XE62 Charlie Bravo, thank you very much for identifying. Your control good day from holding 8132. We are passing now to 6040 from west in the ambulance. Outlet level 3 W. Bring towards the Yankee Brothers. We can get critical 1 minute late. Break KP speed of 061.
It's just painful.
Your control, good day from holding 8132, passing to 84 inbound pin. 0614 for holding 8132.
be glorious.
Control, this is Beaver 42 Foxtrot, requesting flight level 180.
So, it doesn't look too bad. I think TX is the lowest, but the highest temperature. Must be the highest. Lowest is November, so 6 degrees 16. Still better than rainy old London. 23 degrees in the cabin. Cabin altitude 5,700, a lot lower than. This is not that much lower. It is lower, so you are less fatigued. Well, the standards of VATSIM would get better when they had exams. 'Here we are, overhead F1890. So 158 is Gallic VOR. May as well tune the island at ILS.
0625 in the box, 15 Quebec.
Actually go 1126. So we've got 141, the last one, so we can just set 6th there. We've got DME, 5. With final course for runway 19. 88.
Paris Control, Springbok 265, inbound aircraft 50350. Flight level 330, Springbok 265. Springbok 265 actually disregarded message, you will be just fine for now. Copy that, Springbok 265.
I don't know where people get a copy of that from. You can have a Roger, you can have a Wilco. So I guess I've got to do all the other announcements. Takeoff and landing. Bad drills on my part. But we do have a crew member, so go any further. It's pretty cool, and it loads up pretty quick as well. Okay, that's what I was interested in. did I have to pick those twice? Interesting, isn't it?
Air Control S, Iberia 3703, requested descent to flight number 150.
Not sure what the difference between those two is.
Descent 240, Iberia 3703.
So, incentives which I find it give me. Change the page. There must be a way to find the top set. So you can change page like that. Play the other one. Well, at least we can use it for something useful. 29 overhead NARAK with 750. Time to go to destination. Get that. There we go, top descent. 22 minutes. Good. Got to think about being on the ball. Prefect 99 request leave cockpit 5 minutes. Okay, Prefect 99. Happy days, right, quick toilet break, grab a drink, and then we'll start thinking about our descent.
good afternoon, the 45 Tango Foxtrot with G340. Okay, no worries. 45 Tango Foxtrot, do you want to get back to Unicom? Air Control there. Air Control there, request to get away from the scope. 0 requested, 150. Thank you, cheers, bye.
Okay, well, we'll get back to descent in a moment. See if there's anything else on the VATSIM. I don't think there is. EVPOK 99, back with you. Yep. So we're going to be going to Barcelona. It looks pretty quiet. We look like we are only arrival in Menorca. Really just can't beat Ortho, and I think this is just standard Ortho X4 XP. There's some clouds there. I think the source is Bing, because Google are pretty precious. They steal all of our data, but they don't like to use their bandwidth. Thanks for the service. Bye bye.
Thanks for the service.
Go. So it's probably going to be relatively quiet. In, we'll double check the weather. We've got the Pyrenees ahead. There's the Pyrenees, isn't it? And you don't need a mesh because Ortho will do it for you, and the Ortho mesh isn't as good as the HD mesh is. And it's still hammering my CPU underworld. Just the lack of consistency that is the problem that I have. 115, 188, so we're actually set for the ILS. Our minimum's cat CF 530, so they're closed in. Weather in a minute. Step through descent. The glide slope is 1900 and by 4.8 DME. Oh gosh, there's loads of nav aids there to choose from. 2.6 swap over. That works without it being displayed as well. So performance-wise, we think we are going to 1,200 kilos of fuel. And combined zero fuel weights, what did it call it? 13360. See, I think I'm going to be arriving with 19, haven't done the wind yet. Check whether we get the temperature, 14.9. If not, I'm going to call it 6. Cuts down the time a little bit. Okay. So 1330 Zulu. (1909). Variable between 160 and disable. Interestingly, a little bit airway. ROCAN is it? No, it's direct. Well, we were off there a little bit. 10k visibility. Scattered at 1,800, 13 dew point 922. See, temperature doesn't make as much difference as pressure. 190 and minor. That's the one I want. 1192. So delete that. No, I want distance and I want meters. I want 6. 1145. Change that back to 1. Change that back. Close enough, isn't it? But it does do the factors when you put the field length, so you can manually do those as well if you wish. So, happy to send those through. 1. 6 VM. 14.6. There's no obstacle climb issues. Says 2.5. We're straight ahead out over the sea. All there. So there's a Girona. There's Barcelona out to our right, which is our of course we could dip in and we ended up. Although it did mean that LV speeds would have take off. Entirely bad drills from me. Just to show what distraction does, I will probably be writing my own checklist based on the QRH, because the one that's with it is not bad, but I think I'd rather do my own, to be honest, than necessarily have the guys speak it out either. The in-flight ones I'm probably happy leaving as is. It means that do them. I don't know if you can. I think there's a level of customization you can change a few things. So top of descent looks like it's at Salon. So set flight level 100. It'll be nice when we get a 1000 for that. Just easier doing it with the mouse. That's our next restriction on VNAV. And then we'll be descending at 7.8, so we will slow down. And what I won't do though is slow down too early, because it's a 3-degree path. Cope. I hope. So, okay, we are on M. Let's see, that's where we're off to, down here, and down here. So, not really a lot more to say. It's a straight line. It's a 13 DME arc off model. So we can swap nav to is Girona, and I don't know if that'll pick it up. 153 should do. 6, and I think it does simulate terrain blocking though, so it may just be a terminal VOR with. So we've done the descent planning, we've done the approach planning, there really isn't much more to say. 78, 300 descent, 250 below 10. A little bit of a DME arc, which the airplane's going to fly. To the ILS. Got loads of runway. Get there. We go for Charlie. We can vacate in Delta. I just don't think we'll quite make that. And then it will be first right, or continue with Delta and then right to general aviation. This is just default scenery. Apparently it's quite good though. Glide slope there is 2,000 meters, so we won't go standing on the brakes. Intensity runway lights, centerline lights, approach light system on both, and identifier lights. Taxi identification lights. Charlie, I don't think you can do those in X-Plane. You might be able to fudge them, so I suppose you probably could. Probably could make some. Not quite custom, but could make them nevertheless. Anyway, we're still not picking up the arrival VOR. We've still got chat on, but forgive me for not looking once we start the descent.
Descent checklist. Shoulder harness.
Checked.
Passenger signs.
Might as well pop one. I know it's going to be smooth, but...
Pressurization.
350.
Fuel quantity and balance.
10 kilos.
FMS landing data charts.
Checked.
Approach briefing.
Done.
VNAV transition flight level.
Did that.
Descent checklist complete. In range checklist next.
So I'm going to let the airplane nose over first, and then out, path armed. Helps us with our constraints. You go times and speeds. Times. I suppose I could get rid of the times, couldn't I? Up in a set. And then what I want to see, which I think we should be able to do, is watch the throttles come back, which they have done. It's not an idle path descent, it isn't that clever. 3 degrees. No, it doesn't. So it's back. Future, I will do that a bit earlier, but you see, do slow a little bit at 3 degrees. Minutes to go. Schedule. We're estimated. We're estimated ahead of schedule. On up 4, scheduled at 12. The ice delay, and then waiting for Heathrow as well didn't help. Plus my tardiness. Maybe this would be quicker on this turnaround. Fair few things to do on the turnaround. I still want you in Mark. Cross over when we get to 100. Yeah, the ATS is just a little bit slow. And I don't know, it keeps changing. If it was going to change, you'd think it would just do it anytime you update and then make one. Now Menorca's looking busy. Oh no, I think these people are just overflying. Yes. Double check flight radar, see if there's a preferential runway. 9 knots though, can't see you landing any other way but Air France. Oh, there's a Phenom doing what we're doing in. Yeah, that's... Oh no. Just nearby, that doesn't going into Menorca. Oh, Menorca is quite quiet by the looks of things. Everyone's going to Palma. There's 300. So back. So like I say, it isn't the smartest. So Jeff, thanks for the subscription. Rate it. Miles, 13 minutes, and we hope a continuous descent all the way down. There's SARGO above 10, and still 25 miles with 40 DME from the VOR, which we are just with. So 1115 set. It's another 13 and 11. Well, the intercept point is at 4.8 at 90. Precision 530. Road runway heading straight ahead to 2000. Left direct 2.5. And 2.5 on the MCP. Or FCP, they call it in NARAK. Let's get a final update of the weather. That's interesting if you delete it out, if it doesn't still come in. Switch to terrain side. We're only interested in the QNH still 122 and it's still 1330. Kevin's descending. Nicely. We're comfortable in the back, 22 degrees. Speed restrictions on this arrival apart from below 100 and 280 anyway because below 8,000 feet 300 knots is VMO. Should be an island ahead, hopefully. A fun machine this is. Once we get to 10, I will turn off the chat. Well, I'll just turn off. I've got it displayed on an iPad, so. Micro stutters. I mean, we're over the ocean. 32, 33, the CPU's still working relatively hard. Get it. So we can actually go down to 4 and 3. See how long it takes to get this back to 280. Thicker air now, so it should be a bit quicker. Menorca traffic, prefect 99 overhead, SARGO 4 Foxtrot, planning ILS 1 traffic. So let's crank this back to 240. Let's come back relatively nicely and keep the VNAV path. No ATC still, and I'm leaving it set to 10 so we get an altitude alert. It isn't coming back that quickly, is it? So the airplane won't pitch for any speed restrictions. Calls to do. That's correct. VNAV is just a path modifier, not an integrated system. Don't really want to speed brake. Paying customers in the back. Memory has actually gone up, but PFD feels a bit more sluggish. Let's see, 264. What should we find? slowing down with enough time there. So altitude alert, speed's actually coming back quite nicely. That. Made that quite comfortably. So let's continue down to flight level 80. Lights on, logos not. So, big VNav off. Because that has not disappeared, even though we've gone past the restriction. I find a little odd to actually go flight level change. Just to get back on path. And checked. Let's continue down to 3.
In range checklist. APU. Started. Altimeters. Reset, cross-checked. Avionics. External lights. On. N1 target.
Ooh, I can't do takeoff quite yet. I'll come up in a moment. So we should end up back on path. It's got the APU started. And we'll come back to vertical speed. It's Menorca. Interesting. The MEROS is raw. I know it's not takeoff. Wait.
APU packs transition. Avail.
How did that profile go so wrong?
APU generator.
Interesting.
On. CAS.
That intercept has not worked. So let's go heading. Goodness, there was no terrain to worry about. Let's take 500 feet a minute, keep this descent on. TO. CAS checked, NTIS on.
In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Wasn't good, was it? Did absolutely nothing. So let's just tidy this up. profile information, we are going to have to go a little bit further out. One thing we probably do have to do is open up the curtain. Interesting, I can't hear that anymore. So, I can switch that over by doing that. Well, that turned into a bit of a nightmare, didn't it? Let's try 220. And we'll just keep this up. 218. 30-degree intercept. Maps 180. So intercept heading not cleared for the approach because there's nobody to talk to. Just intercept away. Check the approach chart. 100. There we go. Everything is captured. So we can set 2.5. Menorca traffic prefect 99. Established ILS runway 197 miles. Going so well up until then.
2500.
So start bringing the speed back.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicating. No steer. Arm center clear. Anti-skid. Armed tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing cowl anti-ice.
Cowl can actually come off.
Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto. Flaps.
Landing not quite set yet. Bring it back 4 miles to 140. Then to 126 final speed.
Set. CAS.
So checked.
Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
So final speed. Be stable by 500 VMC. There, landing gate. Leave auto throttle on. Because hey, if it's good, why not? Airplane, and it's already starting to go wrong. Variable wind that feels like turbulence in X-plane.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue, a little bit low. Actually just going to be happy.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
That felt quite good. Reverse. Looks like a bit of a bump. I think with a bit of more heavy braking, we can make that exit. But this is Charlie, where I said indicates high-speed exit. 31 knots, reverse of stones. Check. Felt better. There we go, vacated, we'll do a left, then a right. First right again. Menorca traffic, prefect 99, runway 19 are vacated.
After landing checklist. Landing, pulse, recog lights. Off. Anti-collision lights. Off. Continuous ignition. Off. Windshield heat. Off. Probes. Off. Wing anti-ice. Off. Cowl anti-ice. Flaps. 0. ATC TCAS. Alt on. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
A little bit powered. Just coming up this hill. Like I say, right on Delta. Would have made that with a little bit more braking. I don't think I was being overly harsh. I think there are a few buildings here in real life. It needs a little bit more work. Here is Delta.
Hot start flight support, Jenny speaking. How can we help? Understood. We'll have that ready for you. Anything else? Understood. We'll have that ready for you. Anything else? Understood. We'll have that ready for you. Anything else? Always a pleasure. Take care.
So, interesting stand layout here. So I think we'll go to Alpha 1, which is this one just ahead of us and to our left. Stuttering 33 frames.
Engine shutdown checklist. Taxi lights. Off. Parking brake.
Oh. Managed to get that one wrong. Oh well, let's go for 2 then, shall we? Difficult without a marshaller.
Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2.
Oh, okay, that wasn't terrible, it wasn't great either, was it?
Off. Engine 2 shut down. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Fuel system. Engine 1 shut down. Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
Checked.
Anti-ice. Off. 14th stage. Off. Beacon. Off. No steer. Off. ATC TCAS. Standby 0. Parking brake if chocked.
We're not going to chock.
Passenger signs. Off. Cabin differential. 0 PSI. Engine shutdown checklist complete. Securing checklist next.
So, we don't need to do the secure checklist. Can get brake off.
Our ride is here. Thank you, Captain. Always such a pleasure flying with you. Have a nice rest of your day.
All right, Captain. Fuel truck is hooked up. Just let me know how much fuel you need.
I
Or
don't
would you like
think
to go tanks full today?
that we need to go into the FBO, to be honest. Take the AC power. In use. Packs come off. So we have got, we need 2340 for our next trip. We've got 1060. 2340, take away 160, gives us 1280. And that's divided by 1. And that gives us 1580 litres. Okay, we'll call it 1600
All
then.
right, I'm gonna go start up the pump.
That works. Cool. So, what else do I have to do? SimBrief is one of them. So let's refile that. Let's do it over here so you can't see. So that one's done. Lantern I'll do in a minute. Active Sky we need to do. And our alternate is Marseille. Do 7-7 in the cruise. We're not going to watch the replay. Valenta says we touched down at 3:30. It really didn't feel that bad. Now this is, it's not G unit. Oh, no, 0.4 I think is more than. I'll get the table up at some point. Right, active flight is running. Shouldn't have any dramas. And 14:45 was our estimated time of departure. Currently getting fueled up. 333 is see at least. And we've got 30 minutes extra for our approaches. Mentioned our alternate say. So flashing message at me then. Let's get that one.
Refueling is complete, Captain. Do you need anything else? Okay, just one quick signature on here, and I'll be on my way. Here's a copy for your records. Have a nice day.
Good, so there's a little bit of lag with the sensors. Off. Degrees. It says it's 20 degrees outside, which is nice. Oh, maybe I didn't hit that.
Flight compartment checklist. AC and DC electrics.
So we'll be skipping a lot of those. So let's check the route. Hello, John. Oh, John, well, I won't spoil it. I can't reply in chat. He can't hear me, so he's watching from the beginning. Right, so we've actually got 2350. I wonder if it's settled down. Active Sky, Volanta, sim brief done. Fuel also done. Shall we? So MEROS Bravo 16 to LUMAS 976 to MRM to ABLAK S. MEROS 3 Delta. Legs on that. Yes, there is an arc. Let's see if it flies in on this departure. And it says runway 35. I'm not convinced. Talk about that on our way in. Back to Alpha. And what I really want to do, one of the approaches, the visual. Probably. Alpha. Bravo, I don't think. Bravo, in love, yep. We'll have a look at all of our options. Okay. It doesn't look like it's 8 degrees outside. Aeroplane saying that it's 17. So the departure here, the transition, which is 6,000. And we're doing 250, 378. Our cruise, if we can get there, is initially 140, then flight level 400. And 77. Don't know if that's the best cruise or not, but I think 82 would be reasonable. And on arrival, let's have a look. Transition altitude is 5,000. Weather 1026. 6 is flight level 60. And our descent is going to be 78300 again. In it, we are going to have one crew because the passengers should have departed. This is what I missed off last time. This side of the page before coming here. So sensed fuel, there we go, that clears that message. And I'm going to take 1, 2, 6, 4, 5. And our alternate cruise is flight level 100. So that should just be us, 3 crew, not stopping here, but so VNAV setup's done. So let's delete all and switch them to CAN and no ATC. Switch to FMS, but I will keep a localizer just in case. Bit of a mess. So T30. Oh. 8. Variable between 170 to 40 degrees. Okay, visibility scattered 1700. 13. Port of 9, QH1, 2, 2. Why are our temperatures incorrect then? Sensors, I guess. Or the probe heat cooling down. And our perf in it. And 2, 1, 8. Now let's have a look at the charts. Take an intersection if they are published. But no sections are published. So, to take the full length, it is dry, it's armed, conditions are done, it's done. Zero 20 takeoff field. I think that includes the 50 foot. In which case, we could probably just go straight from Delta. Why don't we be a little bit more conservative and go Echo? Not sure if the aerodrome reference point is the centre of the runway. So we'll go from Echo to be sure. And our initial departure clearance. And maybe being dense. 145. So there's initial clearance. Bearing in mind that the transition altitude is 6,000. 6,000 initially. And I'll take off. Distance, yes. Oh, I mean about D rates is not actually just the distance, but the accelerate stop distance. I don't have information for which. What is currently stopping me from doing that? All those weights. So 710, 5, yes. Where it thinks we're going to be intercept, fly 29G and then 01 row MEROS 400. Now the step climb was to LUMAS. But if there's no traffic about, we will dig that entirely. So reserves, it's 500 again. A little bit more. Do have quite a lot extra, and we think we're going to be departing at 1500. Do that. It's
Nav lights, logo light.
Nav's on, logo's off.
Cockpit lights.
As required.
Lamp test.
Not required.
Duct monitor.
Not required.
FMS database status. FMS flight plan uplink.
No,
ATIS.
we're just waiting for the winds.
Anti-skid.
Let's do that this time as well.
Nose door.
I don't think that's something that we can worry about.
Hydraulic 3A pump.
Again, don't have to worry about it. They're just all on. We don't need to test them.
Brake pressure.
Got the pump on, so
Parking brake.
be selected on. What's the next one? What did I miss?
Nose door. Hydraulic panel and pumps.
Did we? Just flown the aeroplane on. Flown the aeroplane. It's off.
Electric panel.
Off.
AC DC utility switch.
On.
Start ignition panel.
There.
Fuel panel.
I need to check. I'm pretty sure that is a first check of the day. Done that.
APU LCV.
We'll do that when we start the AP up.
10th stage isolation valve.
Tell you what now. You start. Let's go shut the door. If they do a running pack dump. So we can get the chocks out. Okay, APU on, APU gen off. So we'll go 2 minutes before we do the APU. So that's before we need to be there for the packs. Oh, we might as well give it 2 minutes. So what I'm thinking about that, we'll do for departure 218, I guess, because I didn't sync the heading. 6 initially. So 0126. Six. There we go, we've had 2 minutes. So
packs.
So I'm pretty sure that was APU 10th stage.
Air conditioning panel.
Normal RAM is out. And switch that back to cockpit.
Pressurization panel.
We checked the first flight, I don't think we need to check that again, so is set the landing field elevation, which is and the barrow, which is about the same. Mind guarded.
Lead air panel.
Checked.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice switches. Anti-ice panel.
Really need to check that again? Okay. Right, wing switches off, off, out, out, high, test, org, off, set, action, ice,
Wing overheat.
green.
Emergency lights.
They are armed.
Passenger signs.
No packs, but we come on anyway. Misty sat in the back.
ELT.
Armed.
Glare shield panel.
Set as far as I can see. What else I need there?
Crew and passenger oxygen.
First check of the day. Is he still good?
DCU warning panel. CVR. Audio panels.
Checked. And set for VATSIM 1228. Anything else to talk to?
SPS system. Integrated standby instrument. Clock.
Set.
EFIS ICAS.
Checked.
Main landing gear bay overheat.
What? That's the first check of the day.
TOS warning switches.
It doesn't say it is, so sting.
Flight slope.
Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
Pitch and roll disconnects.
In.
Ground spoilers.
Auto, I don't think I need to check them.
Thrust reversers.
Still armed.
Thrust levers.
Suppose I can't check them. literally haven't got out.
And engine vibration check.
So the other one was speed switches on. Check.
Oral warning. Smoke detector. Trims. Mach trim.
So trim, set, and disengaged. So let's dab trim done. On. Inop. On. Both on. Caution. Trim sets.
Yacht ampers.
Disconnect. Caution. On.
Reversionary inhibit switches.
Normal.
IRS.
Hasn't. Well, it's still aligned. It hasn't changed.
CPDLC.
Required.
TCAS.
So we can do TCAS test.
TCAS system test OK.
ATIS and clearance.
No clearance. We've got the weather.
FMS flight plan. Wind update. Perf.
We've done.
Takeoff data.
Set.
Avionics and charts.
Check to the set.
Flight instruments.
So, EVGA M1TO. The aeroplane is just about level, but it's sensible. I think we are downhill. FMS is nav, first waypoint 710, then 186. Initial heading is runway heading 186. B speeds 112, 121. Safety 7. 200 bugged. So left side flight director, yes, takeoff, and S armed, although there is no restriction on the departure. 6,000 will be our initial climb, and then we'll go straight to final cruise if there's no traffic about, otherwise 1,000, or flight level 140 actually. QLH 1022, inside 0, 18 thrust, 89.
Departure briefing.
Discussed.
Emergency procedures. Pins, covers, chocks.
Roll out.
Cabin lights, water heaters, mass flight compartment checklist complete. Engine start checklist next. Engine start checklist. Doors.
Clear.
Parking brake and pressure.
Brake is set.
Fuel quantity and balance.
20 kilos. Oh, Tom.
Beacon. On. Fuel boost pumps. On. Ignition. Armed. Engine 2 start.
So we had 2380 on the fuel. Start engine number 2. So N2 increasing, oil pressure increasing 20%, less than, TT is not less than 120, so we'll just let it motor. So fuel on, flow increases, ITT increasing, pressure increasing.
Fuel system.
I need to check.
Engine 1 start.
Oh, I didn't ask. Whoops. I'll wait for 120 anyway. He's given up. So oil pressure, yes, N2 increasing, 120, fuel on. Flow increases, ITT increases, pressure increases, and then burns. So that'll catch you out.
Engine start checklist complete. After start checklist, next. After start checklist. Generator 1 and 2. On, checked AC and DC. Ignition.
Buses checked. What's next? I really didn't hear him say ignition.
Disarmed. Packs. On. 14th stage. Open. Cowl anti-ice. Flight controls.
Always do this every flight. Full off. Full left. Whatever aeroplane you fly, always full and free.
Ground spoilers. Flight spoilers. Cowl anti-ice. Supplemental ground fuel balance.
Checked.
Trims.
Checked. Set.
No steer. Armed. APR.
So APR test 1. Okay, test 2. Okay.
ADG unit.
Is that again? I can.
Supplemental ground wing anti-ice. Cowl anti-ice. Wing anti-ice. 14th stage isolation valve. Wing anti-ice. ATS.
Checked.
And after start checklist complete.
What's the last
Taxi
one?
checklist next.
ATC TCAS. I think after starts, yes. So 1228. It's gonna be 1457 2320. Menorca traffic prefect 99 taxiing. Runway 19 via Delta Tango. Hold short 19 Menorca traffic. That's a bit of a mess because actually there are no entries, so I can't do it. Departure. Never mind. So there's nobody else about. 57. Brakes off. There we are, rolling forward. Check the brakes work.
Taxi checklist. Taxi lights.
Clear left.
On. Wing and cowl anti-ice.
Clear right.
Brakes and steering.
Okay, full available, happy.
Reverse thrust.
Don't need to do that.
Taxiing the de-ice. Pause checklist here until a paper de-ice checklist is complete. Flaps. 20. Altimeters. Set and cross-check. Radar weather. On. Takeoff briefing. Taxi checklist complete. Before takeoff checklist next.
So, and is very uneven if it's like this in reality. See this lump that we had earlier, and that will be my ortho. So ortho for XP. It's just the rest is just overlaid. So take it slow. Give it a bit of beans to get over the hump. And as you can see there, look, it's no entry, so we will the end, which is a bit of a toil. LECB. I worry that they cover us because we taxi. So I think we need to speak to Barcelona radar, which is 13235. Barcelona radar, good afternoon. Prefect 99. bit of brakes over this. Well, I'm not going to hang around, we're going to continue because we'll be late otherwise. We'll arm nav for departure, select his arm to put there, that. So, dear, let's cancel that because I pressed the wrong thing. So M1TO nav bug 200. So, where are we? This does not match chart. We got a Tango 1. Oh, November Romeo and a November Lee. So I'm just going to stop here. Brake set. He may be very well just getting set up. So, we're going to crack on without him because I can. He doesn't like it. It's kind of tough. So, let's announce on the Unicom. Menorca traffic, prefect 99 lining up, taking off runway 19 MEROS 3 Delta departure. Traffic.
Before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs. Advised on. Anti-collision light. On. Pros. On. Windshield heat. On. Wing and cowl anti-ice. Continuous ignition. On. ATC TCAS. TARA. Supplemental ground wing anti-ice panel. Checked. CAS. Takeoff config OK.
Checked.
Landing pulse recog lights. On. Before takeoff checklist complete. After takeoff checklist next.
Interesting, that might need a little quick.
Stationing this frequency.
Airspeed's alive, 80 knots, cool, V1, rotate, very light, positive rate.
Speed of 474 kilo.
Safe height, safe speed, lap up.
Boeing 6609 Echo, does anybody here control? Standby, this frequency, standby please. Boeing 669 Echo Barcelona. Boeing 669 Echo. 669 Echo, squawk 6224. 6224, Welling 669.
First one radar, speed after the speed of 47 kilo, passing through
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Up. Flaps.
Speed of 404 kilo, buenas, blizzard squawk 0256.
On. Ignition. On. Pressurization. Checked. Pax transition. Completed.
Charlie Sierra, Charlie Alpha Tango, buenas, squawk 6225.
Off. APU. Shut down. Passenger signs.
Okay, 6225. 6225. Charlie Sierra, Charlie Alpha Tango, please. 6225. Plaza 1146, buenas, please send us squawk 6202. In 669 Echo, radar contact, continue descent, flight level 80, Calella 1 Whiskey 25 right. Calella 1 Whiskey, descent level 08, Welling 669, voy a hablar en español. Charlie Sierra, Charlie Alpha Tango, buenas, radar contact, continue descent, flight level 80.
Like an absolute rocket.
Zulu Tango, muy buenas, no tenemos un plan de vuelos en el sistema, ¿puedes reenviarlo? Puma 474 kilo, radar contact, Puma 1 Whiskey 255. Welling 669 con la aproximación era Alme 1 Whiskey. Sí, es correcto, debe estar en la Alme 1 Whiskey, transición Canella 1 Whiskey 25 derecha. Vale, transición Canella que es Charlie Lima Echo, Welling 669 Echo.
Aeroplane is absolutely rapid. Literally can't get a word in.
403 Romeo están en contacto radar, Matex 1 Whisky, la 25 derecha. Matex 1 Whisky, 25 derecha, ¿sería posible un recorte? ¿Están listos? Rápido. Saludos. Perfecto, pues directos nulos y ya hay posición de ascenso. Ascenso nivel 200. Directo 200, directo nulo, copiado, ya está, 40 seguir.
Fastline radar, good afternoon, ETA 783, currently fastline stand,
This is 87 X-ray uniform, buenas, clear to destination Echo Golf Golf Delta, now 1 Quebec, runway 25 left, 6203, squawk.
Takeoff and Landing 6023.
Beautiful day it is in Menorca.
That's correct, star approved, the ball ready, break. Charlie Sierra, Charlie Alpha Tango, transweather in destination, 330 degrees 4 knots, visibility more than 10, light rain, fuel clouds 1500, broken 2900, overcast.
I mean, well done him, I couldn't do that in Spanish.
Viewpoint 6 QNH 1018, and I understand that you have visual contact with the rain right now. Charlie Alpha Tango, Roger. Just for your information, you are entering now on a sector which minimal altitude is 1,000 feet. So I think that if you don't have visual contact with terrain in a short, you have to request climb and avoid the approach. Oh yeah, that's it, I forgot. Roger, in that case, clear the approach and report when landing safely.
Absolute rocket. 5 minutes. 25,000 feet.
Flight level 80. 1669 Eco, continúa en descenso altitud 5000 pies sobre QNH 1019. Descenso hasta 6000 pies, QNH 1019. Vueling 669. Sansa 1146, radar contact 360, Nimoy flight direct Mario if you wish. Mike Alpha, Romeo, India, Oscar.
Yes, I just can't hear his reply because of the range.
Barcelona Control, buenas. India Mike Tango Tango Sierra, inbound Bravo Lima 436, 7,000 feet. India Mike Tango Tango Sierra, confirm calling. Affirm, India Mike Tango Sierra. Squawk 6204. 6204.
Barcelona, good afternoon, Tanzania 5,
Boy.
out of Palma de Mallorca on the MEROS 3 Alpha departure.
Tanzania 3 Tango, buenas, radar contact, flight direct to LUMAS, climb flight level 360.
Level 360, and can you say again the direct for 3 Tango?
LUMAS, Lima, uniform, Mike Alpha Sierra.
Good direct LUMAS, thank you very much, 3 Tango.
Barcelona EVGA actually important.
C879 X-ray uniform.
So the time we would have taken to get the takeoff clearance. We're at 300 already.
Mike Tango Tango Sierra, please confirm squawk 6204. 86204. Zulu Tango, recibido el plan de vuelos, destino Praga con la ajena 4 coordenadas 5 izquierda y responder 6216.
So 7-8 for the climb, 7-7 for the cruise.
India Mike Tango Tango Sierra, India Mike Tango Tango Sierra, continue descent, altitude 5,000 feet, QNH is 1019 and continue flying first heading vector 425 right. Continue flight present heading descent to altitude negative. 8,000 QNH 1019. 5,000 QNH 1019, India Mike Tango Tango Sierra. Boeing 669 Eco, continúa en descenso 2300 pies, vuelo en Templa, autorizado ILS Zulu 25 derecha. Autorizado ILS 25 derecha, descenso hasta nivel de 2300 pies, vuelo 669 Eco. Pues Spielberg, 474 kilo, Calella 1 Whiskey transition, Charlie Michael 1 Whiskey transition. Destination Munich, correction Munich, MEROS 3 Alpha, 25 right, 24 right, and squawk 6231.
This is the REC, MEROS 3 Alpha departure, we're at 24 right, 6231,
Cigarette, start approved, report ready.
Welcome.
Stand by. India Mike Tango Sierra, left turn heading 270 degrees, descent 4
So we're overhead. MEROS. We're out of the FIR at LUMAS.
Left turn 240, clear 4,000 feet, Vuelen 5 Zulu Tango, vuelen, corrección, rueda en vía Charlie Sierra, derecha Mike, derecha Delta, cruzar 0220 en uso, izquierda Kilo, Golf 1, punto espera, 5 izquierda.
Wow, just wow. They really do need to do something a bit better on VATSIM, I think, when it comes to everything else. Actually using evening CTAFs, handing people off. Barcelona radar. Good afternoon, Prefect 99, passing flight level 352, climbing flight level 400, rapid.
Perfect 99, later Charlie be my special. The Unicorn 128, have a nice flight.
Thanks, have a good day, Prefect 99, bye bye. Well, yeah. That was not worth worrying about. Could have been sat there for ages. So 11 minutes and under 15 minutes to climb. Brace your ears if you've got a headset on, let's have a look inside. What a machine. So, doesn't look like we've got anything on the way in. On our arrival, that will get us to again. And we could do the localizer. Alpha for runway 17 is the preferred runway. Let's see if anything's happening in the real world that can. I can understand that 17 is the preferred departure run. Lots of little aeroplanes, PC-12. Estimated 1640. Earlier flights that have arrived. PC-12. Yes, they prefer 17. I don't know why. I get it for the departure. So we will plan for 17. So NECIP on the lock, and then VPTs 2,000 feet 5. Checked. I'm sure there's some way you can type this in. I'll find my way around this aeroplane eventually. So 2,000. The difference with Block Bravo. Can't do it at night either. So let's get rid of Block Bravo. We'll see if we can make these points. I'll capture. Happy days. Bring that back. Seeing as it's in capture mode. So España is all on 3-5. And I think we'll see how the airplane does. We need to do effectively a visual approach. Point Bravo is in 70. 2.6 miles, so I think we can just about pop all this in. So we'll do the long alpha, make up approach, I think. Happy days. We're at cruise, 0.77. So lock alpha. And let's step through this. Just looking at the chart. So it gets us to Nickit. 280, 200. This chart's full. Must be the old format. ABLAK 280 below 200. Glet 50. Why are we going to Amphu? Take the 2 Victor then. Bypasses that bit. ABLAK, Abli, Uglet, Gilon, because I don't think we need to hold. Can CTR max 160 or minimum clean. Of 70, Nickip, yes, and we're on to ROCAN Alpha, bypass Saint Tropez, DME at 3, and we are literally doing this. Now that's the mist. So we want to go add on to this bit here for 6. Three and a half EME, motor 5, 2.5. I'm not sure why those two there. Going to Luxus. .2 025, and then pip on. And this will all be visual anyway. That is 3 nautical miles. Point Bravo, which is the visual bit. Bravo 1170, so it's 160. Straight ahead. 1,000 left anyway. And from Pibon, it'll be a left turn. Anyway, that's what we're going to do. So that should at least take us to that point. Then might do a right-hand turn. Go to plan mode. So that gets to Pibon, and we actually want to left to intercept the visual. So can I make it? think I can. So if we put in CMD, after Pibble, and I think it's going to be CMD 50. And then we may just have to forget the rest. Hope for the best. By that point it's visual. Well, that's what we're aiming for. Whether or not that will work out is a different kettle of fish. How those ended up so high, I don't know. Luxus is going to be at 2. CMD01 70. And then the missed approach, if we haven't disconnected by then. Straight into 800, but what is 2000? No, actually the DME. Something like that. Cool, we're top of descent already. So nav aids wise, 65 for central pay, 035. $346. And it's highly likely that this is going to go spectacular. Anyway, 12465 I need to contact. Marseille Control, good afternoon. Prefect 99, Challenger 650, flight level 400, just approaching top of descent.
Perfect 990 Marseille, bonjour, Setcock 1000 and descent, flight level 150.
Score 1000, descent, flight level 150, Prefect 99.
Cadence 788 Marseille, bonjour, recycle squawk 5601.
5601,
Perfect 990, you are cleared for the ABLAK 2 Alpha arrival, expect runway 35 for arrival.
ABLAK 2 Alpha request, lock 35 for the VPT 17, Prefect 99.
Perfect 990, roger, expect local fan, VPT runway 17.
Okay, Prefect 99. It gave us the 2 Alpha.
Hotel, Marseille, bonsoir, identify descent flight level 110, expect radar vectors for the ILS 17 left.
Marseille Central, good afternoon, Easy 75 Romeo RX, right with you, flight level 360.
Key station calling Easy 75 Romeo X-ray, Marseille, bonjour, you are outside of my space, monitor Utica 1T2.
Roger, we'll go back to Utica. Easy 75 Romeo X-ray, Jet.
So, overcast. Oh, maybe we can't. No, that's 9,000. So we can. 12 minus 1. 0, 2, 3. So,
Good afternoon, Transavia 3, Tango for level 360.
1350.
Bonjour, recycle squawk 1000.
1000, Transavia 3, Tango.
1350 plus 12650. Gives us 14 bang on.
Uniforme, trouvé uniforme Marseille, bonjour, transpondeur 5604, montée niveau 260.
Transpondeur 5604 et 260. Appreciate jumping to Buddha Blue, KLM 1030, which would Marseille. Requesting IBR clearance, Amsterdam.
KLM 1030, Marseille, bonjour, to Amsterdam via the Mike Tango Lima 6 Sierra departure, runway 13 left, climb flight level 70, score keys 1000.
Now I can't tell if
Fighting Mike Tango Lima 6 Sierra departure,
by writing.
Danish flight level 70, and squawk
it was 120.
1000, KLM 1030.
The 1030 is accurate. Level 14 Marseille, bonjour, Setcock 5605, climb flight level 330.
Squawk 5605, climb flight level 330.
So I can't
25 Hotel on right, heading 270, descend to flight level 60.
Right heading
25 Hotel, you're clear to descend flight level 60.
So it may very well be tight, but that's 50 foot to a stop. That's why you do need to do that.
Taxi holding point 13 left, directional, report ready for departure.
Runway 13 left, via Charlie, and report with Dublin Caleb 10 to
Descent checklist.
Tango
Shoulder harness.
identified, proceed direct Mike Tango Lima.
Passenger signs.
direct Mike Tango Lima to Xavier Treat.
Squeeze this up to 280.
Pressurization.
You're right, yeah.
Fuel quantity and balance.
30.
FMS, landing data, charts. Approach briefing.
Gonna be an interesting one.
BNAV transition flight level. Descent checklist complete. In range checklist next.
Victor Alpha Bravo Marseille, bonjour, identified, say your final requested level. Request level is flight level 330, Hotel Alpha Bravo, Roger, climb flight level 330. Flight level 330, Hotel Alpha.
$280, $200. Well, we're already meeting that restriction. Then we just got to worry about 250 at 120. We've been clear to 15. So we'll keep weather on the right hand side with terrain on this side, because that'll probably be screaming at us. And go around. Oh goodness. 35. I would have thought you would have gone in one way and come out the other, but guess if it's busy. I mean, you've still got to go in that way, so land that way. This could be horrific. We're not going to be fully configured. We'll do flap 1 initially. It isn't flap 1, is it? Flap 2, second stage.
Hotel 276 Marseille, bonjour, identified, proceed direct to VATSIM, and I need that flight level, choose between 370 and 390.
So we got 346. Set 65 we can do.
November Bravo Marseille, bonjour, identified.
Do we need any lemonades? No. 385 B. Make sure that's Fort feature. Oh, it's because you're outbound for the missed approach. Fine.
Descent down to flight level 120.
Can you continue descent flight level 120, prefect 99.
Traffic Caleb 1030 is runway 13 left.
Adam 1030, runway 13 left, cleared for takeoff with 120 degrees 14 knots.
Takeoff, runway 13 left, Caleb 120.
Jet 25 Hotel left, direct Equinep, cleared ILS approach runway 17 left.
So the VPT will be fun. Max 160, we'll do a 140 round the turn.
Jet 25 Hotel just confirm left, head direct to Equinep.
So really, by 3DME we want gear down. Right turn looks as 60.
Marseille, bonjour, New York City, Copenhagen via BALAN 6 Alpha, departure runway 04 right, climb flight level 100, scope is 1000.
Copenhagen BALAN 6 Alpha, departure runway 04 right, climb flight level 100 and scope 794 and there is a possible 04 left.
Skyline 794, feedback correct and negative on the 04 right for departure.
Control Grace, flight 794, Bravo.
Flight 794, Bravo, Marseille, bonjour.
Bonjour, stand delta 2, William Portuguese, 40 meters, priority,
I love the mixture of French and English. Oh, the French make me laugh.
KLM 788, contact Barcelona 132D035.
So let's start bringing this back to 2T.
Perfect 999, descent to flight level 80.
Descent to flight level 80, prefect 99.
Control EVS, Alpine 794, Bravo, stand delta 2, Montpellier Portuguese, Amphibian, for destination priority.
Alpine 794, Bravo, clear to Orly via the new 6 Sierra departure.
So we should stay in path, shouldn't level off, it's 12. So let's go vertical speed just to get this back.
Flight 79 Bravo, is that correct?
Control, good afternoon, Kanye 2657 at these performance.
2657 Marseille, bonjour. You are clear to destination via the RUMAS 6 Alpha, departure runway 04 right, climb flight level 350, scope 5614.
Oh, should have had that on.
Clear to destination via the RUMAS 6 Alpha, out of runway 04 right, climb flight level 350 and scope 5614, Kanye 2657.
And 2657, read that correct. Cross runway 04 left, taxi 04 right, report ready for departure.
Cross runway 04 left and wing parameter 04 right and we'll report ready. And 2657.
Tango Marseille, bonjour, identified. LM 1030, you can now climb flight level 340.
Climb flight level 340, KLM 1230.
Jet 25 Hotel runway 17, you're clear to land, wind is 190 degrees 23 knots. Jet 1, correction 5, Yankee Marseille, bonjour, clear to destination via the resort to Sierra departure runway 17 right, climb flight level 70, scope 1000.
Really, there's no rush for us to get down because we're going to be dragging the aeroplane in.
Budget 5 Yankee, back is correct. Line 794 Bravo, push and start to facing north, QNH is 1018.
So then push and move facing north to QNH 1018, Alpine for one.
Perfect, 909 descent flight level 60.
Descent flight level 60, prefect 99.
Startup is approved, QNH is 1023.
Should put these on for a sec.
In range checklist, APU. Started. Altimeters.
Oh, we're still flight levels, can't quite do it.
Avionics. External lights. On. N1 target.
Guess I do this a little early.
APU packs transition.
Budget 5 Yankee, push started facing north, QNH is 1018.
Avail completed. APU generator. On. CAS. In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
Ryanair 2657, holding point 04 right, ready for departure.
And 3657, runway 04 right, cleared for takeoff, wind 110 degrees 8 knots.
Cleared for takeoff 04 right, Ryanair 2657.
So, look VOR.
Fox Tango uniforme, procède direct la tour du Paris, Lima Tango Papa.
That got a bit better, didn't it? Over that.
Perfect, 909 fly heading 110, continue descent down to 4000, QNH is 10, correction 1023.
Fly heading 110 degrees, descent altitude 4000 feet, QNH 1023, prefect 99. So, 8.5. Going.
Jet 25 Hotel, welcome to Lyon Cross runway 17 right and taxi to gate of your discretion.
Crossing 17 right. Take bend, which was pigeon of
Get 794 left onto Tango and Alpha, holding point runway 04 left.
Left onto Tango and Alpha, by the formal.
Flight 794 Bravo, taxi on checkpoint runway 12 left via Whiskey 2 and Tango, report ready for departure.
Taxi on point 1 left, Whiskey 2 and Tango, report ready, Alpine 7 at formal.
Identified, climb to flight level 350.
You can see there's some interesting terrain out here. MSAs are 10,700 to the north, 3,000 to the south. Saint-Tropez is down here.
Distance of 14, proceed direct to Nildo.
FTZ.
Direct to Nildo, that's a forward for next.
990 left heading 090.
Left heading 090 degrees, prefect. $33 miles, I'm not going to slow down just yet. They go a waypoint away, see if that helps.
Thank you, runway Delta Uniform Marseille, bonjour.
Delta Uniform, I am covering it. What a nice.
Okay, sorry, the chat is going off now.
Delta Uniform, saying it.
Delta Uniform, A5, I cover area for flight only from this.
Marcel Control, good evening, IPR 2853 on flight level 360, inbound Eto.
LTA853 Marseille, bonjour, c'est Scoop 5616.
5616, IPR 2853.
Bon, cross 0.
On départ runway 12 left ready for departure for impact
Canadian 794, cross 04 left, taxi 04 right via Whiskey, report ready for departure.
Cross 0 left and taxi on the point 0 right via Whiskey,
Depart 4 Bravo, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff, wind 120 degrees, 22 knots.
Ready for takeoff runway 12 left, impact 794.
Already seen these.
Marcel Control, very good afternoon. Charlie Sierra, Uniform Hotel. Departure from Robinson. UFR flight inbound Geneva.
Charlie Sierra, Uniform Hotel, Marseille, bonjour. Unfortunately, I do not cover the offer flight, so you can wait the Unicode 1228. Good afternoon.
22.8, thank you. Cheers.
990 descent 2000 feet.
Said 2,000 feet, prefect 99.
And 2657, you are clear direct to BALAN.
Say again, for Kenya 2657.
And 2657, you are cleared direct to BALAN. Bravo Alpha Lima Echo November.
Clear direct BALAN, Kenya 2657, thank you very much.
Tell us, full please available on the unit. 122 days simulate, good afternoon.
What's that for Hotel Bravo, Victor Alpha Bravo?
It's from Unicode.
So we're going to be
Unicode 122.
dragging this aeroplane round.
Good night, bye-bye.
Budget 5 Yankee taxi on checkpoint runway 17 right. Tango Charlie, Tango, report ready for departure. 4 runway 04 right, cleared for takeoff, wind 110 degrees knots.
Cleared takeoff, runway 04 right, clear 0.
414, when ready, descent flight level 300.
When ready, flight level 300.
Well, I can see the runway. Brace your ears.
Station clear. Double checking marks. Perfect 999 left, turn direct to Orbota, you are cleared, localizer approach runway 5, report left and downwind runway 17.
The transmission was broken. Left turn direct Orbota, cleared localizer approach, runway 34, and left turn downwind runway 17, prefect 99. Well, there is the airport.
Scandinavian 794 identified, proceed direct to Usano.
Proceed direct to Usano.
And we're visual, so you can see we're doing a complete procedure. I'm going to descend down to 2 and maintain 2, so there isn't that much of a rush.
Clinical 122, disponibilité, merci pour votre service et bonne journée.
2500.
Delta 414, contact Barcelona Control 132.35, good afternoon.
132.35, merci et à bientôt.
Bientôt.
So there's 2, which is our minimum.
Approaching minimums.
Back 794 progress, refill the delay, climb flight level 360.
Climb 360 Alpine, 794 Bravo, thank you.
794 Bravo, squawk Charlie, please.
Take control shutting down. Thanks for your service and west. Sunday and ciao. Catch you later.
Squawk Hamilton, good afternoon. try to not cover 3 or 4 flights, so you can proceed at your own discretion up to EVGA.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So, I thought I would get some guidance. I was wrong. So out of trim.
Scandinavian 794 North Friday, this is available, monitoring Unicom 122D, simulate, have a good evening.
Unicom 122 Desolate, good evening, Skynet 794.
Yankee runway 17 left, encouragement 17 right, you are cleared for takeoff, wind 190 degrees, 122 knots.
Prefect 99, left hand downwind, runway 34 can. Correction 17.
Perfect 99, runway 17, clear to land, wind is 120 degrees, 4 knots.
Clear to land, runway 17, prefect 99.
Master Control, IP Radio 853, request 3 minutes.
So we should be looking for a roundabout, I believe. So we go overhead, pib on. See here. Trim. Turn.
76, contact Barcelona control on 132 days.
And we need to start the descent as well.
150,035, clear.
It's over there. We've got runway centre line.
794 Bravo, proceed direct to Uller.
Proceed direct to Uller, by the 794.
That was a little bit messy, but good. 24 is our final speed.
1,000. Just another Yankee airborne passing 2,000.
Budget for another Yankee identified, climb to flight level 220.
Back to the 241, just another Yankee.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicating. No steer. Arm centered clear. Anti-skid. Hardened tested. Passenger signs. On. Wing cowl anti-ice. Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers. Stowed auto. Flaps. Set. CAS. Before landing checklist complete. After landing checklist next.
Actually quite hard work, even though the wind is particularly strong.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, come on, down we go. Don't float, don't float, don't float. And that's full braking. So let me look at the taxi chart. We can make it to the end. It was perhaps a little bit unnecessary, but I was conscious of the fact that we did touchdown quite late. Volanta says that touchdown was 195. I don't think it was that bad. It felt pretty smooth and a bit floaty. We'll watch this replay, that's for sure. Guess there's no parking charts I was looking for.
I did enjoy it finally with you.
Welcome back.
I say control for Walling 5 November Bravo. I cannot read the full message on the CPVLC.
Winning 5 November Bravo, roger, that was 130, descent flight level 300.
1 ready, descent flight level 300, Walling 5 November Bravo, message.
Prefect 99, runway vacated, cat.
Perfect 999, welcome to CAN. You can taxi at your own discretion. Have a good afternoon.
Taxi stand of my choice, thank you very much for the service. 9911.
After landing checklist. Landing, pulse, recog lights. Off. Anti-collision lights.
Oscar Control, good day, Lufthansa to MacGyver.
No idea where we're going to park. There is no taxi chart. There's no parking chart. So I think we'll cross the other runway. Go Yankee and see where we can park up. What's his check? Has he not done them? Sign in the way. Good thing we can't hit these.
Off. Continuous ignition. Off. Windshield heat. Off. Probes.
Sizzle.
Off. Wing anti-ice. Off. Cowl anti-ice. Spoilers. Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC TCAS. Alt on. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
Well, this is an airport that clearly needs some work. I may have to apply my magic touch to this. Maybe this is inappropriate. Let's go over here to one of these, shall we? Wave to these guys. And actually, something over here would probably be sensible. So let's just go around again. Oh, what a disaster. Should have come down this way in the first place. Like I say, it doesn't help there is a parking chart. So we'll do a right park up here. no packs, so nothing to worry about there.
Engine shutdown checklist. Taxi lights. Off. Parking brake.
Question is, will the jet fit in this little... Let's see. Apologies for cheating. Yes, not perfect though. Needed a marshaller.
Set. Reverse thrust. Stowed. Generators 1 and 2. Off. Engine 2 shut down. Fuel boost pumps.
We don't need to check that because I think that's the first start of the day.
Fuel system.
Oh no, fuel system, so the boost pumps need to come on. Fuel system doesn't.
Engine 1 shut down. Check ITT below 350 degrees Celsius.
Checked.
Anti-ice. Off. 14th stage. Off. Beacon. Off. No steer. Off. ATC TCAS. Standby 0. Parking brake if chopped.
Off.
Passenger signs. Off. Cabin differential. 0 psi. Engine shutdown checklist complete. Securing checklist next. Secure and checklist. Emergency lights. AC-DC utility switch. Headsets. Thrust reversers. Chocks. Parking brake. Hydraulic pumps.
So we'll leave 3.8 on. I'll go put the pin in. Pins plural. Oh, what a beautiful sunset. That in a minute. Feels a bit laggy, but it isn't.
Nav lights, logo light.
That goes off, navs will come off in a moment.
APU generator.
I'll come off. Lose everything else, don't we? So
APU start stop. Packs. LCV 10th stage isolation valve.
both out off.
APU power fuel. ICAS APU gauge. Battery master. Cockpit refuel panel. Service lights. Pins and covers. Securing checklist complete.
There we go. Welcome to Cannes. So Volanta has done its thing. First person to go to Cannes. 195. Wasn't the prettiest of arrivals, but it wasn't that bad either. A little bit of guidance did help. Disconnect from VATSIM. And let's watch the replay, shall we? And shall we watch it from the tower? It was certainly not the smoothest, but not a bad attempt considering I was struggling with visual references, etc. Lights could do a bit of work. Whether that's just because of the they look okay at a distance, but in no. Did a bit of a balloon. I think that was quite smooth. Standing on the brakes, it's a short runway. That's easy enough to brief the passengers. We probably could have just about vacated there. But of course we can use for the LDA this section of the runway. So that wasn't an issue. And just a bit terrible parking, and the scenery needs a bit of work. So something that I may do some tweaking on. I thought that was quite good fun. Look at the terrain around Cannes. I've been to Cannes, I've never flown into Cannes. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. Definitely do some more flying this week, maybe in the States, maybe even on Pilot Edge. So watch this space. Thanks for watching as always, and I look forward to seeing you very near future. But until then, take care of yourselves. Bye for now.